Crazy. Wow. Ohayo gozaimasu. What's up, guys? Aiko, you are Aiko. Dude, that's me! Whoa, Hu-Tao's important. No. No more Hu-Tao. No. I hate Genshin Impact. No more Hu-Tao. What the? Wesker. Where did that guy come from? I had a emote of him. What's up, Chewy? What's up, Molly? What's up, Not My Own? Scrolling. What's up, Rose? What's up, Juvie? What's up, Reaper? Scrolling. Did I get him? No, it's Zeno. What? Dude, come on, man, dude, whatever. Oh no, the ads! What the freak, man? I played them, didn't I? I guess not. That's fine. We're in our yapping. We're in our yapping portion. What's up, Joe? Yes, Fossabot is finally back. Fossabot is back. Not My Own saw it in the little chat history. I went out of my way to like fix everything, and we've got Fossabot back. Finally. I missed Fossabot. I missed Fossabot for all the custom commands we had. We had quite a few of those. No, that guy is gone, Mr. Juvie. That bot was shut down. I can probably make one, though. Let's see. It won't be as nice. They have to stop shutting down those kinds of bots. That bot had a lot of other things that made it problematic. Let's see. If I do... Do we have a tuck emote? Yes, we do. I try it. But you have to put a user, I think. I don't know if it'll work without it. $1. Not dollar, sorry. Exclamation mark. Okay. I don't remember how the other one went. Very goo. Huh? There we go. We got Tuck. Even though most people be tucking Juvian before he'll be tucking anyone else. Well, maybe Chewy. It's a good thing I have, like, I made some other commands. Oh, yeah, we have PP here. I forgot. Okay, man. Look at this guy. Does song work? Curious. Damn it. Hold on. I wonder if I could set it up. Probably wouldn't take too long. Do I have the Scrobbler? I don't. Components, repository. The Scrobbler. Do I have to log in then? I think I have to... blah, 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 blah. Scrabble. Apply. Restart the program. This is an old version of Foobar. Dude, I don't care. Just play it. Hello? My music or no? Okay, and then I gotta go to here, and then I have to request authorization, and then I have to logging in here. What's wrong password? Log me.
Oh, hi.
Yo, Lunaris. Yo, Lunaris. What's going on in it? Wait, is this the right one? Yes. Allow access. You have granted access. Okay, so now, if I do song... You're lying to me. Why? It's right there. Man, who be driving those damn cars? Seriously, I don't even... Maybe it's just because I only... Hold on, maybe if I do this... Maybe the first song just didn't work because it wasn't connected yet. Wait, but it was tracking it. What the hell? It was. I see. Wait. Oh, it didn't authorize it yet. What the freak? Song. Yes! Very good! Very good! Okay, fix that. Alright, does this work right here or no? Very good! Alright. Cool, man. Very nice, very nice. I like. Okay, what about shout out? Wow, no game. Okay, everything's good. Yeah, Fossabot broke for me a while back, and I had to just switch over to Nightbot. But I'm glad that everything seems to be working again. It was weird. I don't know. All right, well, there you go. GG's. Very nice. GG. GG. What's up, guys? Any crazy weekend plans? Dude, oh my god, guys, it's the weekend. GG. You guys go out and party? It's gonna be like real crazy out there. Oh my god, everyone doing something crazy this weekend. I know. It's gonna be insane. Nope. What? But it's a weekend, Mr. Juvie. You're not gonna go party? You're not gonna... You're not gonna drop it like it's hot? Drop it like it's hot? What's going on? Nobody partying? No party. What? It's a weekend. What do you mean no party? When's the last time I went to a real party? What the hell is this post? What did I just see? What? Okay. I have to read that later. What the hell? A friend's 18th birthday. For me, 12 years. I want a party. I think the last time I went to a party was PAX East 2020. Which means it's been a while. I mean, I'm not counting family parties. Was I at a party before then or after then, rather? I don't remember. PAX East was the last time my homies and I rallied together, went to Boston, and did all that. I guess that was the last time. We weren't really big party people. We went to concerts. We went to hang out at like little, not pubs, not bars. I don't know, just little like diners practically. We went to a hookah bar one time. I didn't smoke though. They did. It was like minty fresh or something for them. I was like, wow, that's cool. Wow, that's so cool. Wow. Wow. Oh, a hookah bar. My brother-in-law would love that. I liked the tea. I'm gonna be honest, everything else was kind of meh. I don't smoke. I meme a lot with like smoking profile pictures and GIFs. And like, what's hookah? It's like, hard to explain. Basically, it's like here, I'm just gonna get an image. Like a bong with no drugs. I wasn't sure if he would know that, so I was just like, a shisha. What is that what it's called in a different? Yeah, they use hot coal. I couldn't think of the proper name for hookah. Why is it the name of how? All right, never mind. We're moving on. We're moving on. Yes, that is it. Last party I held was you held. All right, it was now 8 years ago. Since then, my folks still haven't let me hear the end of it. Anytime I get the house to myself, when they come back, they go, "Any massive parties? The place is clean. It's clean because them away. I have the chance to clean properly." I It wasn't really a party, but yeah, when it's because I was working, so I really didn't have the time to host parties. But my entire family was away, and I had the house to myself. It was great. Oh my god, it was awesome. But I invited friends over, but it wasn't like a party. It was like it was four of us. We just chilled. I think we actually were rewatching Rick and Morty that day. It's quite comedic. My cousin makes one at her home and buys a lot of flavorings. I don't like it. My chest gets heavy. I already mentioned yesterday. Actually, I probably mentioned it a couple times, but I only smoked once for a whole week in high school. So this is 2014 or 15. And I didn't like it. It was one of those, I'm trying to look cool, but I didn't feel cool, and it made me feel like I was suffocating. So, as a result, I stopped, and I never touched any sort of smoking device or cigarette ever again. It sucks. It's stupid. Also, I have history with lung-related problems from when I was young, way younger. So it's better if I just don't. Better if I don't push the limits, all right? Even if everything's fine now, all right? Yeah, but you know what? Juvie, what you're saying is true. I stopped, but my friend started smoking the year after, and he would do it all the time. And we tried to stop him, but, you know, I'm at this point in life now where I'm like, they're an adult. They can control their own life, unless it's extremely destructive. I can't tell someone to stop smoking. It's just not, you know? They're an adult. Let them figure it out. But back then, we tried our best, and he just couldn't. He had a lot of very silly excuses. Like, I'll stop smoking when I get a girlfriend. I'm like, no, you won't, but all right. Good luck. And yeah, I couldn't be around it either. I had to step away. I couldn't be around it. I actually have one here at home. You have a shisha at home? Hearing hookah from American TV, I always thought it was weed. So then I got introduced to shisha. Thought it was cool. Then saw shisha mentioned on American TV, and I was like, why are they acting like hookah is weed? It's just flavor. I've never indulged. Good. I say 1 week, but it was like one cigarette every other day. So it was barely a week. It was like 4 days out of the 7. And I didn't even finish like 2 of them, I don't think. It was stupid. I didn't like it. Honestly, first time I tried shisha, I couldn't enjoy it. It made me choke and whatnot. My friend kept doing it. And then one day I started vaping. Now shisha is fine, but I'll be honest, vaping is better. My friends, they went ham on that shisha, man. It was crazy. They like restocked it like twice. Not for me. Not for me. I didn't even try, to be fair. I'd be the honest, boring person at the party then. No, I don't think you'd be boring. You don't have to be a fun person at a party by drinking and smoking. I think that's overrated. I think the funner people are the people who find a way to have fun without drinking and smoking. And usually those are the more interesting people to interact with. At least to me. Because when they're drunk, dude, you can't even have like conversation. You have no idea what they're talking about. But what if you don't find a way to have fun at all? Then don't go to parties. Don't go to parties. And if you do, you're just going to sit in a corner. So what's the point? Just spook Rose. That's a good time. Don't spook Rose. Did you guys beat Resident Evil 5? Man, I love the song. I'm gonna say this about every song I'll play because this is a new playlist, but no? Okay. You guys gonna do Resident Evil 6 after, huh? So I have someone to watch? Because I'm not playing it. We fought a boss for 20 minutes. Nice. Yes? Hell yeah. I'm not playing 6. I'm not putting myself through that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna do 7 and 8 at some point. But I saw enough about 6. And 5 pissed me off. So I think I will just... What did you see? Playthroughs. I saw playthroughs. Not full playthroughs, but I saw some gameplay footage. Ammo management I suck at. I think I was okay with it, but sometimes I was just stacked. My inventory management could have been better. I mean, we're taking quite a long break at the moment anyways with Resident Evil. Granted, I might pick it up again next week. But dude, Resident Evil 5 really, really put into perspective my patience with certain games. Giving up on an Ada game, they really changed Ada's appearance in that one, man. They really did. What's up, Juice is Sour? I have a feeling you like the New Age stuff. That's not a bad thing. Yeah. I mean, you know, I enjoyed 2 and 3. Granted, 3 was just 2. Practically. You're just tired of the boss fight and rocket launch the boss? Honestly, I would do the same. 7 will be the one that you like. Is that the full first person one? That might hurt a little bit. Yeah? Okay. Seven and 8. Well, I know 8 has DLC that you can do third person playthrough with. 7 is the first new age one. I see. Well, as the game feels modern, right, yeah. I mean, they'll probably be fun, yeah. I don't see why they wouldn't be. I know that 7's supposed to be like the scariest Resident Evil game before 9 released. But I don't know how true that is, because 9 wasn't that scary at all. I'm gonna play Ethan Must Die. That sounds kind of crazy. Oh yeah, I never did the Resident Evil 5 DLC. But that's okay. I don't know, maybe I'll still commit to 6. The other thing about 6 is it's like multiple playthroughs, right? But is it multiple playthroughs? Because, like, it's different characters have a different story? Like 2 and 3? One needs multiple playthroughs 6? Yeah, I thought 6 has like multiple endings, right? Or does it not? Six is 4 separate but linked campaigns. Oh, okay. 4 separate but linked campaigns. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'll still consider it. Whenever that ends up happening. I don't know yet. I'm not too committed. I'm still regaining sanity that was lost through 5. Honestly, I say that 5 wasn't that bad. There were just some very specific portions of 5 that really made me want to Alta 4. But it was like 2 parts. So you'll play one campaign, another will play another campaign, and back in the day, you could end up joining other people playing the game to that point. Oh, okay. This used to be a chess stream. I have never streamed chess on this channel. Actually, I was just thinking about it when you said that, and I don't even think we went to a chess-related world in VR chat. But when I was doing my 24-hour stream, I don't know why, but we played Monopoly. It was EO and I. We were both doing a 24-hour at the same time. And for like the first 5 hours of that stream, we played Monopoly. We literally played Monopoly in a VR chat world. Flight sim. That'd be kind of fun. Dude, I've been seeing Forza, the new one. Oh my god. Dude. 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 Let's see if I can find it. Where is it? Dude. Experiencing interruptions? No. Look at this. 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 Whatever, he's just talking. You can be in Tokyo! I mean, you probably shouldn't be driving these streets, not gonna lie, but... Yeah, it's a Celica. I think. Dude's name is Geek Street. Geek. Look at this! Oh my god, I want the new Forza! Why is he crashing the car? I want a wheel. I want first-person perspective. And I want to play that. Do they have more? It says Forza Horizon 6. Japan. Preview. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, a 10-minute preview? Ain't no way. Oh, hands-on preview. Bah! It was Forza 4 on the Xbox. I got really into the drifting in that game. It was really hard, and I was bad at it at first, but one of my friends got really good. So good that he joined, like, one of the teams, a drifting team. And because of all the practice that he got in there, he helped me, like, learn. So I got pretty good at drifting. I did tandeming and stuff. Oh my god! This is the car I use for the drifting! I use a Sylvia. Oh, dude, I love the Sylvia cars. The thing is, I wouldn't do any of the racing. I would just... Oh my god, look at that. Horizon 5 was fun AF when I played like the free weekend beta or whatever it was. I haven't played a Forza game since 4, I'm not gonna lie. Actually, I played, I think, Horizon 3? Silica. Wow. GMC. I loved OG Forza 4. I played so much of it. Yeah, oh, you got it with your 360. I don't know why I bought it. I went through a major car phase. And then, yeah, I joined the drift team. God, this car looks good! Damn! Well. Survivor cars? No, never played Car X Drift. I'll tell you the most memorable car games that I've ever had. Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition. Need for Speed Undercover. Forza 4. Burnout Paradise? I think Gran Turismo 3. But I played so much Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition. Dude, that game is so old that people, like, breakcore artists use that for their music videos now. They use Midnight Club 3. Maybe it wasn't Paradise. It was not open world the one I played. What's the other big Burnout? Because I can't remember the name for some reason. 3? Then I guess it was 3. Not Revenge, no. Car X Drift, a few. Oh, you streamed it. Hell yeah. Wait, when did they add an actual... Actually, no, I think they had one in 4. Yes! I'm not even gonna do the races. I'm just gonna cruise the world. Oh my god, I'm gonna cruise the world. How much is this? This game's gonna be $80. I'm gonna... Oh, look. Subaru! Oh my god. You can't drive on that. Oh my god, I just got this car in GTA. Wait, you can't hear it? What the freak? He's commentating this whole time. Subaru. That's one of the VTubers I like from Hololive. I should say that I watch. Wait. Why don't you hear it? Wait, no. No, I bumped it up after. No, you actually just can't hear it. Is it this? Wait, why can't you hear it? I'm confused. Super quiet. What? Can you hear it now?
V2 at that time barely scratched the
Did that work? Yes? Oh.
surface.
What the hell?
I've always
Dude,
been
my
an absolute
OBS turned it
sucker for
down.
that authentic feeling of digital tourism that a truly high-quality open world is able to provide, and Forza Horizon
Oh my
6 is
god!
absolutely oozing with it.
Oh my god. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna rewind it because you didn't see this part. Or you didn't hear this part. And we'll go back. Is there a video?
Nissan Safari or a Toyota FJ.
What do you mean? Oh, because I switched scenes? Yeah.
For someone who spent hundreds of hours in each.
Did you do any of the like actual racing, Bisha?
2012 debut.
I just don't car.
Feel quite typical of Forza Horizon's robust and reliable.
I do car. I don't like supercar, but I car.
What I expected. Although
I like car. If you ask me like the horsepower of a car, yeah, this is Forza.
What truly
I did race and tandem drift in Forza 4 OG.
Get enough of it.
Hey man, wrong way, lol.
Forza
You have to turn around.
Is a showstopper. My glimpse of it
Dude.
during our February visit to Playground Games gave me a hint of the scope and contrast the studio's vision of Japan was gonna offer, but in retrospect, the corridor of the map I was ultimately privy to at that time barely scratched
Why are you
the
crashing?
surface. I've always been an absolute sucker for that authentic feeling of digital tourism that a truly high-quality open world is able to provide, and Forza Horizon 6 is absolutely oozing with it. My initial reluctance to comb through the map too thoroughly before the full game arrives next month was rapidly overridden by just how successfully the world.
This is a bad driver. You saw that turn.
Into its Japanese.
He's got to take wide turns.
I found myself constantly compelled to explore and discover with every new road, bringing with it something eye-catching and interesting. I've loved visiting.
Something about this looks next gen, but also like PS2 graphics.
Only one was an active time attack location in the preview.
I kind of get what you mean.
Could be explored and driven
but only kinda.
Including an unsealed dirt circuit and a dedicated drift track.
I mean, I don't know if I would ever stream this, but on God, if I got a wheel, I wouldn't do any racing. I would just drive around.
Despite
you know, like BeamNG Drive.
Reluctance these days to get too drawn into any competitive back and forth in games I typically play to relax.
Whoa.
I guess I did get an appropriate enough kick out of finding a way onto the leaderboard at the time. However, more broadly, I just liked being at them. I like
the simple looking cars.
Motorsport feel, and I can't wait to spend so much more time at them with my friends and my sons. They just have so much charm and character, and their worn curbs, cluttered pit areas, and piles of hastily painted safety tire bundles make them feel like authentic places with real history. I've loved going for long drives through the countryside to observe how the surroundings change. I can confidently say already that
all you need is coffee.
Far and away
so I'm talking about. Damn, look at this.
Driving up to the Japan Alps, the gradual blend of increasing amounts of snow on the ground is gorgeous. And I love the vivid contrast between the lush green grass and the beaming white snow shining in the sunlight.
Dude!
Ascending along stretches of mountain road, which have been completely carpeted in blossom petals, was consistently stunning. Discovering shrines tucked away up quiet forest roads, or exploring skinny tracks that aren't even marked as one of the game's 662 discoverable roads has been fascinating.
662 discoverable roads.
I've loved looking for complex drift lines at the huge docks, snaking around the massive
I would love this.
stacks of containers and
I would spend hours just drifting around here.
Doing it again. And again. And again.
Oh!
I've spent a potentially inordinate amount of time scouring for car parks, and the verdict is, they're everywhere. Car parks at the racetracks and tucked away on side streets. Tiny little parking lots hidden beneath overpasses, and a massive multi-story monstrosity down at the docks, complete with curved ramps for fulfilling all your Tokyo Drift fantasies.
One of the few games those cars would be,
Solo, but I can't wait until all of these become personal places to meet up with friends for impromptu car meets or set-off points for convoys. Combined with the seemingly equally high prevalence of petrol stations, I think people who will be really looking to immerse themselves into Forza Horizon 6 in a proper role.
Dude, I mean, if it literally had you like,
are gonna be particularly excited. Perhaps above all, I've loved hooning around Tokyo
We
City
can review
itself.
parking lots.
The density,
Dude, we can be
verticality
Misa
of this
TikTok.
space is unlike any other city playground has made. And I can see myself playing entire sessions of Forza Horizon 6 without leaving the limits of the city itself. And that is absolutely not something...
Now I have to watch one of her
about any
parking lot
previous
reviews.
Horizon game. It is colorful, it is
This is
detailed,
awesome.
and it is so varied from the engineering spectacle of
It's sad though because if it wasn't Japan, I'm not sure how much I would care.
to the tight and quaint alleyways webbed across the downtown district.
Dude, you can't drive here.
You found a mascot.
And yes,
There's
I've loved
collectibles basically.
getting
Oh my god,
While I
man.
thought perhaps the Shinkansen might operate in its own
Oh,
little
what? They got the
silver instance,
Shinkansen.
I can report it definitely does not. So if you too want to get hit by a bullet train, you have just over a month to wait.
No way. What the? Oh my god, what the hell?
For more on Forza Horizon 6, check out the extensive developer interviews we published throughout our March IGN First and the latest trailer. For everything else, stick
Dude.
to IGN.
Yo, what's up, Nord Princess? I'm only annoyed because he didn't show any like first-person perspective driving. I'd like immerse myself, like first person, get a driving wheel, you know? There's first person. I mean, I would assume so. It'd be insane if there wasn't. I just mean like I wanted to see how it would look. All right, we need a parking lot review.
I am in the middle of no.
Yes. Better be on PC.
I am in the middle of nowhere in Japan, but I found a parking lot. Let's
Huge!
review it. To begin, I love how peaceful it is here. There are cute little leaves scattered everywhere. Beautiful fall colors.
Wow.
What is that?
I don't know. Don't touch it.
Let's check out over here. Very interesting rocks. Rocks
Yes.
and leaves. I
Yes.
rate this one a 6.7 out of 10.
Okay.
Should we go see what
Now you lost me. Now I'm nope. Goodbye. That is a good parking lot. Why did she have to? Oh god. Oh god. Is it gonna be on Steam? Oh my god. Ow. My ears. Yo, my bad. Yo, my bad. I clicked unmute and it went to 100% volume. That's, yep. I'm going on Steam. I'm going on Steam. Forza Horizon 6. $70. Wow. What if I died? How about that? What if I died? Damn it all. Damn it all to hell. Holy moly. That's okay. I'm still going to get it. Not gonna lie. I really haven't played a Forza in a long time. I really haven't. May 19th. Bajillion settings in Forza Horizon, so yeah. Yeah, true. Car games are not really mine. I used to be a lot more into them a long time ago, for sure. I've been very interested in getting into Forza the last 6 years, but never been too bothered. The fact that this one is in Japan makes me kind of need it more. That's what I'm saying, right? I mean, I only really played 4 and Horizon, I think 3. I can't really remember. Yo, what's up, Malky? And, I kind of fell off of racing games because I had GTA and I had all these cars and I was like, well, if I want to do any driving, I'll just do it in GTA. But GTA is missing one thing that I thought that the Auto Club, whatever it's called, the car club when that released, I thought you can like race NPCs. I was really hoping that'd be an option, but no, still just player versus player, which is fine. But people do all of the like cringy mechanics in GTA, like, you know, the bump boosting and stuff. But whatever. It's basically you can't beat them if they're bump boosting unless you do it as well, and you do it better. That'd actually be so good. Well, NPC racing, yeah. I thought it was like pretty decent. They had it done for like what, 2 missions in the story, GTA 5. Curb boosting, yeah, curb boosting. That's the one. Yeah, I couldn't remember the name of the tech, but yeah, curb boosting. They have that. They have some other exploits. Sometimes you can still win. I haven't played a proper racing game since Gran Turismo 5. For me, I don't really remember the full-on last racing game that I played, because I'm not counting GTA. I think it might have been one of the Forza Horizons. I don't know if it was 3 or not, but I played one of them for sure at a friend's place. Still get that down? It takes a while. It takes some practice, but honestly, I have this like mental illness practically. In MMOs, to learn my class, I will attack a dummy for an hour, maybe 2, until I learn my rotation. In racing games, it's a little bit less like that, but like curb boosting, and you know the bike tech that Poke used to do as Bog? 2 hours jumping into a wall and making it work. Curb boosting, 2 hours. Make sure that I master it. Sometimes it takes more than 2 hours, but... yeah, I used to do all the jump tech stuff. That was fun. I only knew how to do that on the controller, though, so I don't know how you even do that on keyboard and mouse. Keyboard and Mies. I'm booting up Voices of the Void. For the last time ever. Holy moly. The BMX motorbike wall stuff, I could get working slightly better than Poke, but not by much. I think I was on par with how Poke did it, pretty much. Sometimes I would do it a little bit better, but... like, you know, sometimes he would also pop off. If I knew that tech for GTA 5 when we did the Chaos mod, dude... that might have been, like... super meme and, like, funny. To add to the mix of chaos that we already had. Last time ever. No, I'm just kidding. Dude, JK, LOL. It's not the last time ever. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get into Forza Horizon. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I don't know if I would stream it, to be honest. Maybe. I would be more keen on streaming it if I had, like, a wheel. I know that it's not, like, such a major change of anything, because you wouldn't be able to see the wheel, but... Oh, we're hungry. Campos! Get back on the couch. Come on, man. Rest up. Honestly, thought today was gonna be a GTA day. It almost was. What the hell? I'm bleeding. What the hell was that? How did the micro... Oh. I thought it, like, spinned around. You know, my only concern... We're about to face it. Yeah. Oh, wait. Saved? Wait. Saved? Oh, we're good. We're good. The battery charger is my biggest fear in this video game. Hello, please? Hello? What the hell was that noise? Well, I know it's them, but like, I heard some sort of wacko crazy rumbling for a second. My keeb. We gotta get one of those, no. Pick it up. Okay, or not. Filing cabinets? It wasn't the... I don't think so. What a bloody mess. Seriously. What the hell's going on? Hold on. Let's find this one first. Didn't we see it? Am I crazy? Okay. Let's do some reorganizing here, goddamn. How does this even happen? Physics. Buh. Of course. Of course. That's okay, you know what? This will be the weird one. Are you still... Yes, you got the ammo. Is it done? Excellent. Automage, what's good? Hello, hello. Of course I left this mess for myself for today. That's a problem for future Ico. Sure goddamn is. Hey, working on some code, hell yeah. Game's going good. I mean, I have to fix a lot of malarkey that went on yesterday. Can't complain too much. Now I can't stop thinking about Forza. Cars weak. How's that weak? Cars? Cars are pog. And Forza's in Japan. Oh, we're hungry. So why the hell my stomach rumbling? Still bloody hungry. You said there's a setting? Okay, I feel like it'll be fine here though, right? Surely, right? Surely. God damn it. Dude, come on. Like, what are these physics? Dr. Kell? You're pissing me off. You know what? I'm not gonna put it there. Because it's gonna keep doing that. I'll be there. Alright, what kind of mess did it do here? Not enough for me to care. New Twitch badge? Wait, why don't I see it? Feel good, boom, 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 boom. Feel good. 6-7. What? I'm looking. What is this, man? What is this? It's good that you don't, to be honest. God damn it. Chess fans. I freaking hate chess. Although I did like that film on Netflix, I think it was. Queen's Gambit. You know what? I don't even care. I'm switching to the chess category. Wait, I also hate chess. Someone was like, I'm switching to the chess category. Get the sub and get this badge. I see. Classic chess fans, man. Ooh, beef jerky. Yeah, you satisfied? Surely, right? Dude, the beacon's gonna fall in like 2 days. And everything's gonna be a mess again. Not $6 or $7. Oh, oh, oh. Meh. Ads. I gotta let him play. I gotta let him play, so I'm pausing. Thank you, Fossabot. Without Fossabot, I wouldn't know the ads are playing because my thing isn't showing me when the ads play anymore. How many times have you died? Twice. Twice, and then I restarted a third time. It wasn't technically death, but it was bleak. I didn't want to deal with it. Something like that. Well, actually, I don't actually know. How often do people usually die? I think someone's first playthrough, because they don't understand, like, some of the physics of this game, I could see it being a couple double-digit number. Probably not more than, like, 15, I would say. I really don't remember how many times I died in my first playthrough, though. But, like, most deaths, I would say, are really dumb. Like, you take a step a little bit too like you sprint. So you go too fast towards like an incline or something, or a decline rather. And that makes you fall and you tumble, and that makes you fall down a mountain and you die. Or you get hungry and then you roll off the mountain again and die. Or your ATV clips into something, explodes, and you die. Are the aliens not a huge threat? Not the current aliens. There are some threats. We're gonna be dealing with a very major threat very soon. Something that will basically make it so we shouldn't really leave our facility for, what is it, 15 days? Is it more? Basically, at nighttime, we will not be leaving. We will be stuck in the base. I mean, I guess I should say you could still leave the house, because you could outrun them, these specific things, but you're not even safe in your own base. They'll break through your door, I think, some of them. Yeah, Kerfus. We have Kerfus, but our Kerfus is like tier 1. And all they do at the moment is fix things for me. I also think Kerfus is threatened by the things as well. So I'm not sure. Like, he could also die to those specific aliens. Currently there are threats, but like they're never near the base. Our ad's over. Yes. So... I don't know why, I just assumed it was like way more dangerous. This game is really good at making you feel paranoid when there's really not too much to be paranoid about. I don't remember which enemy comes first, but at some point when I'm getting the signals from the satellites, we will be introduced to a new enemy type. A new enemy type that is actually extremely beneficial to us for resources. I mean, that Wordle was bullshit. I agree. That was the stupidest Wordle of basically the entirety of the Wordle career. I'm not gonna lie. I think, like, there was only one other Wordle that I really hated. That one sucked. That one was stupid. And I say that as someone who, like, got it right. Of course. What? What just happened? Dude, I was looking at chat. What just actually happened? I'm clipping. I need to look. Dude, I cannot play this game and look at chat. I literally can't. Why can't I clip? Are you gonna tell me I can't clip my own channel? This is so stupid, dude. What the hell, man? No! My desk! You got it? Yeah, I just opened it really quick and just... I looked at it clip-wise. I didn't make a clip. It's just because I missed what happened. What do I even do? This is insane, dude. Where is it? What? Is there like a secret Hey. Is there a secret compartment here? Oh my god, is it in the like... Can I break that? No, I don't think I can. The hell with it. Goodbye. You've got to be kidding me. All right, how's everything else looking? Bow ties are cool. Where do I want to put these? Slash me puts the tile in here. Alright, hold on. Lock in. What do we got? Excellent. More laborers, get them to work. Looks like we've got some more laboring scum. Dude, that was insane. Like, what the hell, man? Oh, wait. That's an idea, though. If I just find a prop to, like, push on it, I wonder if that'll be enough. I wonder if that'll suffice. Come on, bruh. Thank you. I don't know why these tables are even here. No, I can't hold it. That is the first thing that I... Well, second thing that I tried. I was wondering if I just... No. It's cooked. Like, dude. Like, dude, are you serious? Are you serious, dude? I'm scared of reloading. Time for cell gun? Maybe eventually. For now, it's gonna be lodged into that corner. For a couple days, weeks, months. I bet it's gonna, like, bug out when I reload the game. I hope it does. Why is it tweaking out? There's not even a storm. Why? There's no storm. I have to get the weather thing. November Echo Golf. Yeah. November Echo Golf. About to have a smoke. Ha. Never mind, there's a storm. It windy. 20 read and writes. Question, can I just use the zip drive or do I actually have to bring the floppy? Floppy? Okay. The snack that smiles back. Goldfish. Damn, what time is it? 9:40 a.m. And you gonna tell me it's this dark? Please don't be a thunderstorm. 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 God. God, why? Can't stop addicted calibration. West End love is... No, East End love is living on the... What? East Coast love is... How's it go? Don't, don't. East side love is living on the West End. Hey, 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 what's up? What's up? What's up? All for you. Ozone. You need the actual guitar to get it? Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't like remember the line. Don 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 don. Keep the hook equipped. Boom, boom. November. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, 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 yeah. SV target, golf. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. I found a downside to having shift as my interact button in this game in terms of like keypads. For some reason I can't equip anything while running now. Kind of makes sense, but damn. Do 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 do. No, I don't do scroll wheel. Can I can't even do that anyway when I have shift. See? Scroll wheeling, scroll wheeling. Can't do it. I had to switch off of alt because alt is my komorebi. So like alt is over in most things. I'm glad the rain washed away all the pain of yesterday. Let the rain wash away all the pain. What's up, guys? Where's my ATV? Oh yeah, it's in the garage. It's okay. I just stop for like 2 seconds and it goes away. No, I double click or double tap whatever key I need out of 1 through 5 typically. That's why I need that numpad. Don't need, but at this point, 8-bit dough is my new brand. It's my new razor. I think they do have a way to resolve it. I just didn't look into it. Because I wasn't too bothered. The only time it bothers me is when I'm browsing the web because I use Alt and then the arrow keys to go forward and back. La 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 la. This is like one of my new favorite artists. God damn. God damn. What's up, Rena? Dr. Kell, hungry. IBRB. iPhone. Haha. Boom. iCloud. Scroll to London. What do you mean the incinerator? What, you don't like London? Ow. Nope, damn. I like London. It's definitely a place I'd like to revisit one day. London bin knife. SV request. SV target reset. Terminal is busy. Just because you had to tell me that the export is finished? Are they pissing me off? How was that? Probably the dudes. Can't stop addicted to the shindig. Eastside love is living on the West End. All right, how's it looking in here? Looking okay. Howdy. I can't move the computer. I feel like it moved forward. Eastside love is living on the west end. Where is my zip little thingy? Right here. Boom, boom, boom. Eject. Whoa. Okay. Stop, mate. Alright, that's done for today. What are we looking at? 60%. Grab one of these. Grab one Let's get some sushi. Unless I finished it already. That would suck. Mmm. Sushi. Where'd all the pills go? Oh. Scattered amongst the floor. Here, put in here. Syrup. I guess the other ones, all the stuff broke. Because what the hell? Sponge! Wow. Who dat? I said, who dat? Who dat? GG, I said, who dat? Who dat? I think the sponge was already here. It just somehow managed to get stuck there. Can't stop addicted to the shindig. It's gonna be stuck in my head all day. No, Leaf has, this is how you remind me of what I really am. She got Nickelback stuck in her head. I got Red Hot Chili Peppers. Alrighty! The job is done. Time for delivery. Man, they really made a mess over here with this tractor beam. Hello, friends. Welcome to the great display of my daily tasks. Why he's sleeping? I can't believe there's 3 of them already. Like, where the hell, man? I don't want to eat that. Hey! Let's grab some of these things here. Cease. I'm working. Do you mind? I'm trying to work. Excellent. Thank you guys for watching my display. Farewell. Pick them up and sell them too. I've always like messed with them or like killed them in playthrough. Not killed, but I mean technically yes, killed in playthroughs. So this time around, I'm doing a playthrough where I do not touch them at all because I'm really curious to see what happens. I just want to know if something crazy happens. Well, this certainly helped me organize these boxes a little bit better, huh? Canned bread! They have it! Oh boy! This one can stay for now. All right, metal scrap. Boom. Every time my frames get really bad, I have to like save the game because I'm scared. Alright, we have way too many of these paper sheets all around. All around the kitchen cock-a-doodle-doodle-doo. God damn, how many notebooks do I have, man? What are my speakers? I need like a bookshelf. Evidently, we will put them in here. Nope, this is where my pills are. Keep one on me. Hey! What you guys doing in over there, huh? Hey! What's going on? Alrighty then, alright. Alright. I don't like this. I don't like how this sounds. Quite scary and unnerving. I will send this data to Enna. Do you send me to Enna? Jeez. Seriously. Alright, dailies are done. Let's see, how much do we get for this? Garbage bags, 102. 20 for the waste baskets, and 10 for the empty cans. Zwinks. Do it be time. For the crypto miner. Punch. Excellent. Haha. It windy. Damn. Cold winds blow. Alright, hold on. We gotta do a couple checks. Terrible. Oh, that's great. Hello, comrades. I must go. My power's gonna shut off before I even make it. Oh, bollocks. Oh, noodles. Oh, I just thought of something. Fossabot. Real quick. What? Do you say when ads end? Damn it. It would have been really convenient. I mean, it's not too bad. It's 3 minutes, so I just need to manually look at when I'm notified about it. But dong 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 dong. We're gonna make it. We're almost there. The power, it will be restored. We can do it. We're gonna make it. Oh my god. Boom. Hey. What even is this? Can I clean this? No more slipping! Wow! $2,000. Check out this tech right here. What was that? What fell? Damn. You know what? Hold on. Check out this tech. Check it. Check it. Trust, trust. Tech, tech. Tech. Dude, Snowblade. Hey, man. Oh yeah, tech. Wow, nature. Wow. Can we come over at the comm I'm going to? Dude, that's crazy. You're gonna meet a VTuber. That means you'll beat me to it because I've never met a VTuber in person. Whoa! Haha, this is sick. Game over. I've never meet a VTuber in person? Darn sure ruined the fun? I agree. We should chop them all down. Let me get the chainsaw. This might take a while, not gonna lie. The Snowblade, fun fact of the day. Did you know? Did you know that? Did you know that on this day in 1925, F. Scott Fitzgerald's third novel, The Great Gatsby, is published to mixed reviews and disappointing sales, fewer than 25,000 copies by the author's death in 1940. By the 2010s, it is routinely selling 500,000 copies a year. I didn't know that actually because I just thought it was like the book that all schools read. We had to read The Great Gatsby in high school. I mean, I guess since by the 2010s, but I thought it was a pretty good book. You listen to Bill Murray's album? No, Bill Murray sucks now. No, I didn't. I'm in my J-rock phase at the moment. Bill Murray will have to wait for a while. I was expecting this barrel to explode by now. Although Ordinary Rock did send us a link for one of them at least, one song. Yo, what's up guys? Hey, I got a barrel. Look! Haha! Frick. Storage upgrade manifested. Woohoo! Frick. No. Wooden, paper, metal. I'm too tired. Me when it's 4 p.m. Me when it's 2:20 p.m. I'm too tired. Me when it's any time of day. I'm too tired. Where the freak did that signal go? It was 1K away. This is already further than 1K. Found it. LOL. Now the question is, can I get these signals here in time? Buh. Me thinks it's a big no. It's already disappearing. Hurry. Hurry. Quickly. No, it's gone. Frick everything. I'm going to bed. How'd I run out of coffee? What the hell? Oh. You see him? You see him? Leave Kerfus alone. Set to clean. And possibly put a bookshelf together. The bookshelf part sounds fun. Not so much the cleaning part. What's up, May? May rocks. May rocks music. Listen today. On May Rocks FM. I'm too tired. Me at 2:45 p.m. I'm too tired. Me when I order some coffee. Coffee, Cheeto, chicken. But good news. Your matcha set came in! And dude, even Shirkwan was looking into matcha. I'm like an influencer, oh my god! I should start doing TikToks. This is the matcha everyone should be getting! Hello? What? I will not be doing any TikTok dances. I can't get behind, like, most of the TikTok trends. If my influence is just related to matcha, we're golden. We're gonna be golden. We're gonna be. No, 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 you bastard, you bastard, you bastard, you bastard. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Can I run? Can I make it? Can I make it? Can I make it? I can't run! Good morning, Vietnam! We really made it. Here we are at 19:03 p.m. Wow. Dude, welcome back, man. I got grabbed by the boogeyman and he made me go to sleep. I got too silly. I got a bit too silly. Okay, in my defense, my plot was to go put the coffee away. But then I was like, wait, what if he's already in the hallway? And as a result, my next mechanic of choice was to try to evade him by going around this way and going to bed. But unfortunately, he already got me by then. He got me out of hell. So, alas, we were grabbed by the boogeyman, and then we got sleepified. And you know what? That's okay. Sometimes you just gotta get sleepified. Aw, noodles. Oh, haha. Seems to be full. Well, is this done at least? No. As a matter of fact, it's freaking not. Why is it so slow? What the scam? Yo, get scammed, man. Dude, get scammed. Now they have all of your details. I mean, the new scam thing isn't even like... It's not even them scamming you. It's them finding out if your number exists. Like, if someone owns the number. Yo, what's up, homie? Oh. I wanted just this. Yeah, now if you just answer those numbers, they like save and know that it's you that answered. And it's cooked. At least in America, that's how it works. I don't entirely know how that leads to, like... I think they just sell your information. Yeah, this is Aiko, and this is his number right here. 421-7842-9124. And by verifying through the internet, we actually know here that this is his address. Doxed. Dude, true. Please, don't fax me, please. Yeah, they do. Yeah, if they verify through your voice and stuff, it's like, it's all sorts of cooked. So it's not even a scam, it's just that they sell your information. So this is why, like, most numbers for me are blocked. So long as it's like a scam. It doesn't always block out the scams, but typically I would say. Fax Aiko a scan of your butt. That is harassment, and you could actually track down a fax number a lot easier. Unless you use one of those websites, in which case I guess you can't. I will call the police. I will call the CIA. I see trees of green and red roses too. Imagine still using a fax machine. They did in my real estate office. Because the legal team didn't want to deal with, like, problems, I guess, or something. So we're like, no, we're just gonna be faxing everything over. Which was, it's really comedic because fax machines are even more cooked. A lot of places still use fax machines. Yeah, it's the only place that I know of that did, but I bet that like a lot of offices still do. I am really behind on Digital Circus. I don't think I've watched since like episode 4? I should probably catch up. I've been a little bit lazy. Just a little bit. I need fuel. Frick. Oh man. Ugh. Frick. Yo, dude. What's going on with you guys, eh? I'm going over the Transformer tree. Surely we'll make it in time. Batman saves them. What in the robot chicken? I'll catch up eventually. I just hear that everything is like disappointing these days as far as shows. Chainsaw Man ending is like really bad. Apparently Dandadan might be like falling off. People really hate Digital Circus these days. Poppy's Playtime is like really bad supposedly. What's going on, man? Maybe we should go back to the era of like where anime was not so popular, but all of the anime that we loved never ended. As in like, it had 2 seasons and then it just stopped. Or 1 season. And then you had to read the manga to find out what happened. Like Haganai, Nisekoi, Spice and Wolf. We have arrived. Glass scrap! Wow! I should bring my shovel over here. Wooden shovel. What a bloody mess. Like, literally. Ads are playing. I'm pausing the game We will continue in 3 minutes, which will be at 15:09. Actually, looks like that posted at 15:06 at the last second, so it'll actually be at like 15:10. I don't know where my like ad timer went, man. I had it somewhere. Like, what the freak? How do I add stream health? No. Since last ad? No. Activity feed? No. Ads manager? Where is it? Where the hell? What the hell is it? Here. But it doesn't tell me how long the ad's been running. Just that when it's telling me when they'll end. Or when they'll start again. Dude. Where did it go, dude? I think it's because I hid the chat in the panel. Because I didn't need the chat. Why would the stream, the ad manager not have... Stream preview, collaboration, my chat, stream health, mod actions, active mods. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Whatever. Thank you, Fossabot. You're my goat. Because of you, I know when ads start and end. Through manual input. You guys like ice drinks more or hot drinks? I feel like the typical answer is just iced or cold drinks. I guess it kind of depends on the season too. Although I will still drink a hot cup of tea or coffee in the morning in like the summertime, but prefer cold. Always depends. Yeah. Yeah, I thought about that after the fact. I'm like, well, but if it's cold outside, I like hot chocolate. See, exactly. So it kind of depends. But I would say typically someone has a preference for one or the other. At least generally. I am very situational, but I will always have a hot drink in the morning because I have to. Not that I have to, but like I'll be really annoyed for the entire day if I don't have a hot drink in the morning. So that's just a morning thing. I feel like for the rest of the day, I just drink water. Just some water. Ads are over. These tires have seen better days. Meep meep. Yo, get out of the road. Like a glove. don't forget. Bruh, this one's so slow. What's the problem? He forgore. LOL. Alright, the transformers have been effectively repaired. These are still suffering miserably. What the shit? What the... I'm out of here. Why the hell did it screech at me? Carafus! Hey, buddy. I'm gonna need you to go fix some stuff. Please and thank you, buddy. Are you charged? Yeah, you're at... Yeah. I thought he was about to input the code or something. Okay, don't do that, Kerfus. No, Kerfus, no. Kerfus. No, He's got this. DL time upgrade? No. I won't. I won't do that. It's time for ya boy, the frame. I don't remember how to make the coolers, but it wasn't that easy. Like, it required a lot. Also, we need metal scrap for days. I'm trying to remember how to make the coolers. I think I remember where you get the recipe, but I'm not sure I care enough to find the recipe when I... kind of remember. It's just, I feel like I needed something... Ah, that's what it was. It's the batteries. I need the chargeable batteries. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's just electronic scrap and metal and something else, but I need 2 batteries. That's what it was. Okay, so that'll be the big expense for that. Let me think. If I want to just have a quick starter, it's 400 for 1 frame of GPU, and then the 2 batteries, 160. No, it's just not worth it, because I would have 11 points left over at the moment. I think we'll invest into that later. Maybe the next day. So long as I can have, like, a solid amount for emergencies. Because there's nothing else I really want to buy at the moment. I thought about the mop, but I don't really want the mop. That basically net you 100 credits a day. I guess it's not terrible. 100 a day? How much did you say it starts at? What? Like points wise or? How much would it cost you to get frame, GPU, and 2 batteries? About 560. I mean, exactly 560. Whoa! Irish Bogan with the 15 stream streak. Thank you, man. No streaking, though. You're banned. Essentially, that means if I do get 100 points, 100 credits points a day, it would take me about 6 days to get back the money. Like, whatever, 5.5 days. Ooh, yo, what's up, Hollow King? It take 5 days-ish to get your money back for it. I feel like that's not too bad. And then the earnings that we get, we can just get more CPUs with that. Or I guess, because it would be 160 a pop. So our money back will go right back into CPUs. We have enough metal scrap to basically fill up the thing. No, because it costs, what is it? 4 metal scrap a pop. So we can get 4 CPUs with that, not 4 with the electronic scrap, not yet. I think it is worth it. I see the light. We commit. Kerfus? How? Alright, by the frame, GPU, and the 2 rechargeable batteries. And I'm left with 11 points. Spectacular. Is Kerfus gonna get out of there? I don't even know where you are. Is this Kerfus? I mean, it has to be because there's no other. So is that? Thank you, brother man. Dude, relax. It's not that serious. Smile! You're changing the world! What? Excellent! Haha! Curvis? Curfus? Yep, he's still stuck. What do I freaking do? He's gonna lose batteries somewhere in there. It's gonna suck. I can't remote control because you need the, you need the upgrade. For the keyboard now. Is it this? He's like hella stuck. I don't want him to blow up, man. Oh, yes! Curfus, you're free! Let's go! He's booking it now, goddamn. Progress. Yo, Rai, what's up? Hey, happy birthday, man! Hey, happy birthday to you! Hell yeah. And on this day, Rai was born. Huh? Cooler. Frieza's brother. The god, he was 2 days from Finding Ember King grim and want to cry. This is so hard. Wait, which one is that again? I'm looking. Because I think I know which one you're talking about. Yes. Yes, it is. That one, that was a tough fight. I spent quite a long time on that. Crypto mining! Wait, this is hella quiet. What? This shit used to be so loud. 32! Wait, what? Oh, use an item to upgrade the station.
Yippee!
Yippee. Okay, I think it's... What? Am I missing something? No. GPU, CPU, or I mean GPU cooler and the little metal bar. It doesn't look like it's running though. What'd I do wrong? What? No, that's it. Metal scrap for little slots. GPU boards. I mean, the temps are changing. These guys sold me a broken... Oh. What? Alright, to hell with it. We'll come back later. I did hear they got nerfed. So... I'm reading here that about an in-game hour is in this section refers to the amount of time passed in normal mode of the game, with default time scale equivalent to about 3 real-life minutes. A frame with 1 GPU, 6 coolers, minimum GPU and maximum cooler amount will provide about 1.6 points per in-game hour. A frame with 1 GPU and 0 coolers will provide you about 0.5 per hour, often not reaching above 2 points in 3 in-game hours. So it's going to be really slow. It does drain the transformers though, so we gotta keep that in mind. That's a little bit important, but we have no lighting, so that'll at least mitigate a little bit of our transformer flow. If it's that quiet, I'm kind of like considering just bringing it down here. It's not that bad. All right, so this took 1,000,000 billion years. What the hell are you? Very, very good. Very classic. Give me the deets. It might get louder with more GPUs, yeah. Karfushki. ¿Dónde está? No, down south. Can you use like coordinates like that in space? Not coordinates, but like, you know, directions, north, south, east, west, cardinal directions. You can't, right? That doesn't make sense. What do they use for like space? What's their like thing? Is it literally just straight up coordinates? Because I know they use longitude and latitude. It's just extremely different because it goes off the orbits. This way and that way, angles and chords, okay. I was gonna say, it doesn't even make sense. There's no way they can use a... Yeah, I'm gonna use a compass in space. God damn, how many of those were down? Did they use... What the... We were just at November. I'm getting trolled. Y degrees from here, X from time. Or 4 time. Yankee uniform kilo. Ew, uniform. Kylo Ren. Everyone's favorite Star Wars character. Freak it. Think Curtis is coming home? Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. I'm gonna cook some stew. I don't really know what to do with this. We have it, but Curtis is a little too big. That should be November. A lot of the servers went down, man. Damn, son. 80%. I can see why it was a little slow. It was like 3 servers down. This one's still down over here, but Curtis got that in a moment. Yeah, look at that. It's so much faster. Damn, it windy. Is my food ready? It's gonna be hot. Ugh. Where did I leave the ATV? Oh yeah, I parked it out again. I was like, dude, I'm not gonna be opening and closing this garage door all the time. We're just gonna park it outside. Come on then, you cool down. Dude, what the hell? Why you hurt? Who the hell out there? Hey! Was that Curtis? It's Curtis. Curtis! This way. Where are you? Kerfus. Kerfus? Hey man, you seen my cat around or not? Did Kerfus make it in? Sounds like yes. Yeah. Hey, good work. Oh. Haha, good job. Please don't break my tables. Good night. Well, I'm glad I caught Kerfus before I fell. Or that would have been really freaking awkward. Food, glorious food. Oh, now I don't want to eat that. Me when I cook something, but then I don't want to eat that. Why wet? Probably because all of those were like... They were all in the barrel. Flesh gib. Flesh gib. We still have a lot of cleaning to do downstairs. I think we can get this task done before... SV target, Yankee. Yankee Doodle went to town. Riding on a pony. Stuck a feather in his back and called him macaron. No, his hat, not his back. Idiot. I'm so dumb. Alright. Let's get to work. I don't have fuel. So I think it's a walking angle. Which is completely freaking fine, I guess. Hold on. Uniform? Where's Kilo at? Wonder, can I, like, see the map from here? No. I think Kilo... I think Kilo's on the side with uniform. We might as well do those two first. I could be wrong. We'll see. I'm doing uniform first to get out of the way because it's the furthest one, I think. Was it Yankee? That's the one that has the... Or is it Sierra? One of them has the rifle, the musket. The one shot that doesn't do anything but hurt you. It'd be kind of cool if they added some sort of mechanic that you can kind of fix it up. Beep bum bum bada boat. Bum bum bada boat. Beep bum bum bada boat. Bum bum bada skidabali bum bum bada boat. Bum bum bada boat. Beep bum bum bada boat. Bum bum bada boat. Going all the way to uniform. Know what I'm talking about? Hey, they're here! They're here! Oh my god! My friends! Hello! Yippee! Oh, sorry. Smacked right into your ship. Hello, guys. What's going here? Wow. That's crazy. Wow. Very nice. Okay, enjoy. Well, someone ate the shrimp, so... we're cooked. It's pretty lewd. They're a little silly. This is Victor, but I don't remember which one uniform is, so I'm just gonna target. SV target uniform. I used to remember the location of all these satellites, but it's just like I forgot. Typically, this section I always forget. Uniform, Papa, and Victor are like the trio that I'm always like, oops. It's me again. Shmee? Shmee the pirate? You are a pirate. Yar har, better be, he. Do what I want because a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Look, this guy's floating. Whoa. What can I say? Guess I'm hooked on him. I get it. Hey, good one. Floppy disk. SV request. SV target kilo. Kilometer. Kilogram. Kilobyte. Alright, server error. Unexpected item in bagging area. SV target. Kilo. Okay, I don't think kilo's on this side. I have remembered. The real play there in the base would be to shut off everything except for the except for the actual signal portion, like farm a bunch of them and then level them up. I think that would be the fastest way to get it done. Because that way, when the stuff breaks and I don't have fuses, all I have to do is, just level them up, pretty much. What the shit? You good, man? Bro's like sneaking up on me. What is premise? Where? Premise what? Whoa. What the hell? Dead plant. Whoa. Where's my solar-powered, like, flashlight? Know what I'm saying? Seriously. Dum 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 dum. Kilo. And Kilo's closer to Yankee. Yo, Trogdor with a 55 consecutive streak. Thank you, man. Sup, bro? Yo, Windows XP 505. Hell yeah. Actually, we're gonna target first. And we're gonna target Yankee. 9. And then SD Calo. Just get it out of the way. Bloop. I too love this game. Very much a lot. Very much too much a lot. No voices, no void, just living in the moment. Oh, there are voices. You just can't hear them. But you'll hear them soon enough. Ow. I didn't even take damage, I just said ow. Damn it, if I had my shovel, we could have spent a moment to just, like, dig up there. Although, I think I would get radiation poisoning, so I don't know. Maybe not worth it. True dat. True dat. Cat in the hat. Please. Please! Release me! Wahoo! Buh. Welcome in, Win XP, welcome in. We have arrived at Yankee. You can see this goddamn tower from a distance. Plaguing my everyday... my everyday life. SV request. Yankee Doodle Dandy. Yankee Doodle went to town, riding on a pony. Stuck a feather in his hat and called him macaroni. Come on. Yes. It fell. SV target. Reset. Thank you. This floppy disk has gone through it, man. We swam through the river. It falls every single time we eject it from one of those. I'm certain that it's seen better days. That's okay. Surely this won't hurt. Okay. Blood. My blood. It's from different times. Certainly from worse days. Note to self. The pit that we're looking for at all times, if we want the radioactive thing, is on the way to Yankee, pretty much. From the off-roads. I always forget what that is. Every single playthrough, I'm always like, God damn it, where's that, like, little gravel pit? I was like, is that harvestable? I don't think I'm gonna do the tiles this run, because we've already done them before, but I'm still kind of tempted to grab them before shit goes haywire. It's already too late with one of them, I already know. The one in the woods is probably, like, long gone because of the beam, the tractor beam. Down this way. Me when I'm Dr. Kell, Oh no, it's been 2 hours and I just had a gigantic dinner. I'm hungry again. Me when I'm Dr. Kell? Oh, dude, I just had a 12-hour sleep, but I feel like I need another 12 hours. That second part's pretty real. I'm very much... Wow, 12 hours of sleep? What if I just slept another 12? You know what, Dr. Kell? Maybe you are me. I get it. Alright, let's see. We got anything to make? Maybe we'll cook up something nice. Something very high quality for him. Like, perhaps... a food can. Really living the high life here, Dr. Kell. Check this one out. Go work, Kerfus. Sounds like a chill dude. Yeah, I guess he's alright. Alright, deposit this right here. And then we're gonna do some real quick handiwork right here. So we're gonna move this to the buffer, and then we're gonna move this to the buffer, and then we're gonna move this to the buffer. Why did that one look weird? I don't know. And then we're gonna eject that, and we're gonna put this right here in. And then we're going to move this into the zip drive. Boom, just like that. And then we're gonna eject that. Excellent. And then we're gonna put this right here. And we'll get ourselves one of these drive boxes right here, and we're gonna do some depositing. We got our tier 3s, we got our zip drive, and now we just need one of these right here. And we're done for the day. At 3:23 a.m. we are done for the day. And we're actually low on, like, sleep, which is good, because that means I can sleep through the night, and we can actually do some proper exploration. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Oop. Oh, dang it. I'm too old. My reaction time's not what it used to be. I can't do those. Ah, noodles. All right, let's go hand in our doohickeys right here. Not enough space. One moment, please. Wait. Be right there. One moment. I don't want to eat that. Yo-ho! Is that it? I don't think I have anything else to hand in. Oh, here you go. Thank you, sir. Later. I don't want to eat that. Oh, Dr. Kell. You're really just a picky little man, aren't you? Here, eat some sausage chunks. Let's cook up a stew tray. Maybe he'll still eat that. Silly Dr. Kell. Okay. I'm debating just, like, shoveling this last pile. And then getting started on the chairs. And we'll just shovel that as well. And just turn that into, like, the paper scrap. Or whatever. Oop. What was that? Wow. 107 points. What? Wait. The math isn't mathing. Hold on. Huh? Wow, one coffee bag is 30 points? What in the seven hails? You know how many of those I have somewhere? We have the coffee bag here. Two right there. Just accept the bonus? I will happily, but I just... Wait, we have two broken fuses here. We have 24 garbage bags in here. Nails. Duct tape. Empty can. Empty can. Empty can. Empty can. I think Joe was right, though. I think we were able to use that for scrap, the empty cans in the past. I, like, vividly recall being able to do that. Holy empty cans. Oh my god. But they sell for 5 a pop. And I'm not about to argue that. We'll pick them up in a moment. They have a decent value, so why wouldn't I just sell them? And one coffee bag is 30 points. It wasn't even full, it was completely empty. What was that? I don't know. I'm seeing things. One more check on this one. We have to get the trash bags. Donde? Was it not this one? Huh? Dude, I could hear the dude shuffling around outside. Is it you? It was you. Dude, I keep forgetting that we can use our backpack. It's hard to, like, access. Because you have to remove it to put stuff into it, but... that is a thing we can do. Store. We're gonna do the 2 rechargeable batteries. Because I think it's better to get the coolers first. Because if we have more GPUs than coolers, then there's a chance it'll explode. Where did I put those broken fuses? Did I put that in the box? Yeah. When's the Orca stream? 4 hours. It's at 9 p.m. my time. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, Shachi is doing a mic stream. Wow, I could have sold the stuff. He was here. I'm an idiot. Whatever. Different priorities, such as another cooler. Yeah, first microphone stream as Shachi in a long time. Oh, I have 12 tokens. Yay! We're gonna prio the coolers first. I might fill up the cooler portion of the thing before I do the GPUs. I won't watch, but I'm happy they're doing well. It's, you know, it's an instance of like... Well, first of all, her old alias was my favorite streamer, favorite VTuber. Hello? You're at 100, why can't I save it? Are we maxed out or something? Oh, now it's done, I think. I'm not sure it was done yet. If she sings, it's gonna rock. I have a feeling it's just gonna be art. I'm okay with either or. Oh my god, dude. Well, that's fine. That's fine because we have a lot. We have a lot of work to do with that stuff there, so we're okay. We're okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about the stew. You gonna eat this? I don't want to eat that. Oh, Dr. Kill. You're really one for the books, bud. You really are. I can't even go to sleep when I'm hungry. I mean, neither can he, but he won't eat any. I'll eat anything when I'm hungry. Anything? I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Where did I put the shovel again? Wooden shovel? Shovel. Now my favorite two VTubers... not favorite two, my favorite, like, my top three from Hololive are... Ina, Shiori, and I like Subaru. Lately I've been enjoying Subaru streams. Well, more like VODs of the streams, because I don't... She streams quite early, my time. Okay, ads time. Pausing the video game. I think she goes live at like 6 in the morning. I'm checking right now. This scheduled stream. What the? Wait, no. It's at 9 p.m. What? Wait. What about this one? 12 a.m. Wait, she's like double streaming. She's doing one at 9 p.m. and then one at 12 a.m. And this is the notice board, I assume. Yep. That's cool. That's, you know what I like about YouTube is that you can just have a scheduled live stream for like 7 years in advance, and you just call it like the little like chat room, because they don't have Discord servers. They don't have official HoloLive Discord servers. So all of the community stuff is typically just in their little like community future stream that's not a future stream. I had that for a little bit in my channel, but I was like, I think this is dumb because no one's gonna chat here. And someone like commented on it, and they're like, stream in 2028. I'm like, all right, well, we'll just get rid of this. Just get rid of this. I was supposed to try to do a double stream where I stream there as well on YouTube, but I'm lazy. I'm lazy, and I think the meta would just... It wouldn't even make sense to do it there. I think it's all about, like, TikTok at this point. TikTok. Probably Twitter. I think people watch, like, the Twitter streams. I don't know how popular they are in comparison, but I haven't really researched all that. Oh, it's actually going to be in theaters, the final episode? Wonder World, how long is that going to be? Just waiting for these ads to go away. All right. Ads are over? Sweet. Back to the video game. All right. Real quick, let's get rid of this plastic trash that I have. Right, it was plastic trash, by the way. No. You know what? Take this plastic trash. Just take it. This should be a decent profit. We might just... buy some more PC parts. We'll see how much it is. No smoking allowed. Yeah, chat. No smoking. I start work at 6 a.m. Yeah. Oh my god, what? How did Oscar go from 100 to 64% in such a little time? It's a little crazy. Good thing we checked the calibrate. Alright, how much do we get? We're at 230 at the moment. I don't think it's gonna be like extreme earnings, but it's 440. Okay, so we're at 444. So 214 points out of that. 60 for the 2 coffee bags, 48 for the 24 garbage bags. Plastic trash is 1 a pop, yeah. 103 for the empty cans. Dude, that's crazy. Okay, so let's get a GPU in that case. No. No. Let's get the batteries. Let's get the batteries. Although that might be problematic if I don't have more electronic scrap, so hold on. Hold your horses. I need 1 more. Oops. Electronic scrap. Electronic scrap. Mouse. Huge. Electronic scrap. Hungry again, are we? One would almost pretend that I was surprised. Be right there. Mouse. Okay. No. Don't. Yes. What am I missing? Metal. Quick, before they fall! Why? Wait, what am I missing? Huh? It's like registering that one of the metal scraps isn't there or something? Oh wait, I just actually didn't drop it. Lol. Another cooler acquired. Yay! Alright. That'll do its thing slowly but surely. It'll be a slow and tedious process initially, but that's okay. In due time, it'll be a lot better. We really gotta try to work on this cooking stuff as well, but okay. It's like, man, how did this dude, how? Like, you know... Why are you here? What? Did I buy something again? Oh, it's 6 a.m. Yep. Yeah, I know. Be right there. Sounds good. We should probably sell the old batteries. Nah. No, we shouldn't. Yo, you want a chair? Never mind, can't pick it up. Wait. No, I was like, wait, what if I embedded it? What if I just sold these chairs for real? Can't. Thank you, man. All right. Let's get these on here. Let's get that going. Extra zip drive. MRE. Goddamn roaches. Get out of my food. Oh, wow. That's a crazy MRE. Very impressive. It's like gotcha almost. Just hold them, then hit shift click to put it in the drone bag, but it's kind of not worth it. I just want them gone, you know? I'm not even thinking about the value. Like, either sell them or I put them in the shredder. And if I put them in the shredder, I just get plastic scrap, which, do I really need plastic scrap for anything? I don't want to eat that. You know what, Dr. Kell? You should just starve. I've come to that conclusion at this point. Metal scrap. Holy moly. Empty can. Oh boy. Oh boy. Paper, paper, paper. Pills bottle. Syrup bottle. I feel like a loot goblin. Electronic scrap! Holy smokes! Pills here. Wait till we get to the basement and do all that cleaning. That'll be the real deal. The whole shebang. There's so much trash there. We'll probably start that in the morning of the video game. For now, we're gonna go to sleep. The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom tomorrow. Oh, I should have checked the signal. I think it was done. That's okay. That's alright. My outdoor clock, I just realized, it's not there anymore. I was singing it like Chandler Bing in one episode of Friends. Oh my god. Chandler Bing.
The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar.
Bet.
Tomorrow. There'll be sun.
There'll be sun. Oh god. Oh, dude. I miss Friends. Good show. Good show. There'll be sun. Bet your bottom. It is done. Two, 304 points. Wait, how? Why? Wait a second. Where did I get more oh, you're right. The mining rig. Duh. Oh, God. Oh. I already know where this is going. Oh, I already know. Hey, 303. Just you wait. When the storm is gone, we'll check. I already know where this is going. You want to eat the food can? You want to eat the stew tray? Dr. Kell? I hate you. You know? I just do. You want to eat this? Oh, I'm sure you'll eat the beef jerky bag. Sickening. Just sickening. Dude, what would happen if I called in the drone to deliver me some stuff? Let's do... No, hold on. I think we get started on the basement. Maybe next week. Oh, God. We're gonna need like 8 of these. Alright, let me go find a relatively empty basket of waste. I think actually... say waste, trash, but whatever. This is 800. It's not bad. Wow, nothing dwindled away by the storm. Nice. Let's go find a couple of these thingies. I do think there was one at one of the Transformers. Robots in disguise. Why am I bringing the ATV with me? I can't carry the object while driving. We should invest in a double hook. Alright, you're parked here at X-Ray. I'll return for you one day. Did I pass the transformer? Like, where the hell am I? Literally did. Where am I? This is what happens when you don't follow the goddamn road. This is all SpongeBob's fault. What the shit? My audio. What was that? Bro, what happened to the toilet door? Who done did this? You heard that, right? Get the freak out of the way. Rubber trash. What the hell? We've come a long way since that day. And we will never look back at the faded silhouette. We've come a long way since that day. No, get the shoe away. What a mess! I'm here, I might as well, right? Alrighty then. It was all SpongeBob's fault. SpongeBob's fault. SpongeBob's fault. And you guys are trying to tell me that The Simpsons is still more referenceable than SpongeBob. Huh. Hey, what's up, man? What's going on? Yep, just, you know, another day on the job. Good old Cliff. What a silly guy, though. What a silly guy. Oh! That's okay. Maybe if we, like, clean the trash bin a little bit, you know? It'll be a little bit more, Why am I, like, slightly drifting to the right? What's going on? Or is that just a placebo? Heavy object. What the? Hey, guys. What's going on? You guys alright? Okay. I've learned not to question what those silly dudes be doing. Oh, alrighty then. This sucks. To be honest. Yeah. This is freaking awful. I hate this. Hey, Ghosta Dane, man. How you doing? I be doing my spring cleaning. This is so ass. This is so freaking terrible. Oh, God. What we're gonna do is we're gonna clear away for the incinerator first. Cannot use. Just open it now. Wooden debris. Wooden debris. Wooden debris. No. Wooden debris. Wooden debris. Wooden debris. Coal. Wooden debris. Wooden debris. Wooden debris. Dude, what the freak is going on here? Let's go get ourselves a fuel can. Give me all this damn coal. And they say, no, Santa, I don't want no coal for Christmas. Watch this. Watch this right here. As I climb in. No. Why? Huh? Does this not work anymore? Okay. The blue lighting is effectively useless here when I'm trying to clean, not gonna lie. Electronic scrap, wow! Talk about a prize. I'm gonna put it right here. Sounds like a lot of hoopla. This will be very beneficial for, like... Whoa. Wow. This skull. Last time I did this, it crashed my game, so we're gonna start from the top. We're good. I mean, that was quite a few versions ago, but I shan't yet forget. Because it happened like twice in a row. Give me all the coal. Look at that. This is enough for another cooler. Wow. Actually, it's more than enough for another cooler. It's almost enough for a second one, really. Like for reals. Look at that. Wow. That is so cool. Canned food. Wow. Domino's here is a bunch of bastards on the weekends. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. Every food place here is a bunch of bastards on the weekends. Oh! That's not a food device. It is not optimal to order food on the weekend. Anywhere here. Especially now that Chick-fil-A started to, like, be open on the weekends. Oh, man. It's cooked. And I don't mean the food. Ah. What the? Every Friday? I mean... I don't... The problem is ordering food, right? Because you're ordering it. If you go to, like, a restaurant on a weekend, it seems to be fine. Typically. I don't know what it is. It's just people don't want to deliver food. Or... Not even deliver. More like... They don't want to make the food because they don't see your face or so. I don't know. The delivery drivers don't mind. I usually tip pretty well on the weekends or when it's like stormy out. Which coincidentally, that's the only time I really order food. So I'm the asshole. But I typically tip pretty well for weekend deliveries or when it's like bad out. Wow. Crazy. Dude, screw these stupid idiot curtains. Hello? They ate it. They ate some of it. Oh my god. Hey! I saw you. Get out of my basement. Alright. Bom bom be dum bom bom be dum bum. I feel like I should let that burn while we work, but it's so loud. I don't know if it'll keep the extra amount or if it'll just get... What the hell is this? Oh. Oh god. My bad. So what's everyone planning for the weekend? Anything crazy? Anything insane this weekend, guys? God. Boom. Big chill. I'm gonna do the unthinkable. Go outside. No. No. What is the week of? What is this the week of? Hello, please? I'm trying to look at the freaking calendar. This would have been a pretty good week to go see the cherry blossoms in the botanical garden. Might be a little bit late to go. It might be stacked this week. This is about the best time. If you're ever in New York, go to Brooklyn and you go to the botanical garden. This is around the best week to see them at their peak, the cherry blossoms. But it could be pretty busy. So you could usually go like the week before. Around now is the best time though. IMHO. Grab dinner at a local street food place. Street food, damn nice. How is the street food there? I will always argue that street food here is ass, but it does depend what you get. Like if you're gonna get a hot dog, it's gonna be bad. You get a pretzel, it's gonna be stale and disgusting. Pretty good. Choices are a little limited. I mean, that's okay, because I wouldn't do street food daily. Yes, Voices of the Void. Good game to sleep to, guys. Really just a relaxing and calming video game. And it's just so quiet, so you can sleep to it at all times. Yep. Wow. Spectacular. That's it? Ain't no way. Ain't no way right now. Okay, that's enough for 2 coolers. We're starting on our 3rd one. Pog. Most places only got 3 to 5 things on their menu, but then we got everything from pizza, burgers, to pasta, sushi, Indian. Wow, damn. Honestly, not bad. I am not a picky eater, but I am a... I kind of give food the look test sometimes. Generally, I don't care, but like, there are moments where it's like, what the hell is that? I need Spanish. I need water. Okay, relax. These buckets, man, they're drama queens. Woohoo! Oh, damn. It done gave us 100 fuel. What that? I knew there was more. I was just like, there's no way. We put, like, so much coal in there on top of the wood. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Maybe it's not really a look test, and it's more like... No, I mean, it is, but... The look test is generally like, oh, this looks gross. I wouldn't eat this. Which isn't necessarily what I mean. Thank you. That takes a lot of effort to get working. Wow! Yeah, it's like the vibe. There's food that I will always prefer by appearance than other food, right? For example, I don't think... When we do Scrandle in Elite's chat, I don't think the pie thing looks bad. But I'm always gonna pick something over the pie. Unless it looks that bad. I've had that pie before. It's not bad. It's just, dude. Obviously, I'm gonna pick fish and chips first. I would pick fish and chips over most food. I love fish and chips. I mean, I'd rather have fish and rice. But... You give me smoked salmon or something, bro, with some white rice. And, like, I don't know. Some sort of greens. It could be broccoli. I think broccoli's a little overrated. I like green beans or something. Bruh, I would devour. Devour. I would eat it daily if I could. But that's not healthy. Then again, a lot of anything is not healthy, but... Whatever. Freaking whatever, I guess. I'd eat salmon with anything, to be honest. Honestly, yeah. I would probably even eat it as a sandwich. I love salmon. 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 This is going fast. It's just because I'm yapping so much. Like, this was stacked with boxes. Now all the boxes are gone. What the hell? Oh, look at that. I don't care much for fish. Yeah, I know a lot of people who aren't very big into the fish. Which is fair. I don't judge people for how much of a picky eater they are. But I do judge people when you go fine dining. I'm talking like fine dining. When they order... Wait. Hold on a second. One minute. One moment. What the... What? I just realized something. Sorry. Completely unrelated. I fell asleep with my watch on. And I only just noticed that I didn't have it on. And it wasn't on my charger. What the hell? I took it off in my sleep or something? How'd that happen? Anyways, I will say that if you go to a place that's like nice food, like steaks or something, or like burgers, yeah, and they order chicken tenders, dude, I don't know. I'm sorry. I will judge a little bit. Come on, man. Come on. There are so many choices. Like, dude, oh look, chicken cutlet. Why don't you just get the cutlet instead of the tenders? I don't know. the tenders and it's like a side of ketchup, and I'm like, what is going on here? You can't just get a chicken cutlet? Like, I cringe a little bit on the inside. I won't judge them openly until we leave the restaurant, then I will. And then I'm gonna be like, what is wrong with you? Throw them out immediately. I haven't gotten crab in forever. I love crab. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now, yeah, if we go to a seafood place and you obviously cannot eat seafood, or you know that, like, you're allergic or something, fine. I get it. Chicken tenders. Alright. I won't judge. At that point. You see this Thai guy? Dude. Come on. Come on, man. Yippee! Oh, this guy comes in and raids too. Oh, dude, I missed Fossilbot for the auto, like, shout out. So no one even has to type it. You know, my moderators are always like, dude, Aiko, how can we help you? And I'm like, you don't have to do anything. I have everything. My Discord's automated. My Twitch chat is automated. You don't have to shout out. It just auto does it. It's great. Ty, thank you for the raid. I hope Slay the Spire 2 was fun, man. Everyone's playing it lately, and I'm like, God, maybe I should play it, but lazy. There's also there's a place that does a lot of seafood, but also has sausage, and that's apparently amazing. Yeah, and sausage is fine. What the freak? Hey! It already shouted out, Gurjuvi. You're late to the party. I don't know why I cleaned the basement. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I don't know. Because it's already... Like, I don't go down here. I just don't. The back of the furnace. There is no back of the furnace. What do you mean? Back of the furnace here? Inside. Huh. Who dat? Is that a new one? I don't think I saw that in previous versions. No thanks. I know this game a bit too much, too well, to be afraid of that, to be honest. But oh, it is new to 0.9. Damn. Interchesting. I don't remember who made that term up. Is that like from a show? Was that Mr. Juvie? Did I just say it randomly one day? What happened? How did that term like come to be? I don't remember. I'm looking it up. Interchesting. No, it just like goes right off to. It just says it just like autocorrects it and is like interesting. Is this what you meant? No, I didn't. I wrote interchesting. Someone said it for sure. I just make up stuff all the time. It came from somewhere. Someone started it? See, I don't remember now. I don't know if... The hell? Why are you especially loud now? Yeah, I don't remember who. Could have been you, could have been me, could have been Windsor, could have been Fausto. I don't know if it was... I think it was before Fausto even like hopped on VR chat. I don't remember. But I make up stupid stuff all the time. So I was like, maybe I did. Yeah, but you know, I also said that I was the one that sent Shuey that stupid video, and it was actually him that sent it to me, so. I only heard it a couple of years ago. I don't remember. It feels like a term that's... term? It feels like a term that's been around for like a long time. Like, I'm talking... Nice, yeah, true. I'm talking like college days. Like OG college. Damn it. Grillin'. You say chicken tenders, you're banned. On God. You know, I don't even know the last time I had like chicken nuggets or tenders. I don't remember. Roger grilled chicken tendies. I've seen some things, man. I've been seeing some things. I really been. Oh, this is gonna be quite a messy wall. Oh God. We're gonna have to refill the water buckets. Oh! Dear God! Sweet Jiminy Crickets! How does it even get this dirty up here? Down here, I mean, down here. Ow! Burger. Nice. I like burger. I don't like burger as much as other people, but I like burger. Yo, this is about to like, this is gonna take forever to look. Oh, never mind, I lied. I mean, it took a lot of my... Oh my God, bro. Can I meta this? Did it work? No! No, it didn't. I don't think. Frick. Alright. Let's go refill. Side of onion rings. How did that work? I don't know. That's so sad. Stop that. No. Leftover, and well, they gave like 2 pounds for some reason, so I'm gonna reheat them and use them as a topping on burger. Onion rings. Damn, I haven't had onion rings in a hot minute either. I mean, I honestly, I haven't had like fast food stuff in a long time. Anything like fast food. No, that's a lie, actually. We had Burger King. What holiday was it? I think it was Valentine's Day. Then we had Burger King on Valentine's Day. Oh, the really good pizza place. Yeah. I remember you mentioned. Blood. Ha! What died there? So I've mentioned that like I can't get into a lot of VTuber music because it reminds me a bit too much of Vocaloid in a sense. But I realized like I can totally listen to Suisei and Iris. But I think there's like a distinction there. I don't know. There's like a reason for it. I don't know what the reason is. Maybe it's because they sound like professional singers. Covers have to be unique enough for me, so I'd guess I'd get that. I'd get called a hater, but they're not for me. No, I think everyone has their own taste in music. Hey, yo, I don't hate the music necessarily, but like, yeah, it's just not for me. It also depends, cause like, again, Iris has some like, dude. Do I have Iris on here? I should. This one right here. I mean, it's just Eurobeat. I'm drifting to this. What's the point of playing a good song when the ads have to play? God damn it all. Readers added a community note to a tweet which you liked. I liked a tweet? When? This statement is false. What he truly said is Japan hasn't been able to spread its music around the world like South Korea did with K-pop, and their goal to expand Otto's reach globally and to include Japan in the global perception of Asian music. I mean, K-pop is just big. I do like onion rings. I do like me some onion rings, mom. Onion rings. Dude, that is that the meme? Oh man, is that the original meme with the Spanish N? Onion rings. I remember something like that. It is indeed okay. Pretty good, pretty good. Pretty good. Mozzarella sticks too. This is how you dice an onion. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Good times. I mean, it's not that old, right? How old is that? De-searing egg! Oh.
How do we die?
Oh no. I see 14 years.
Has not been cut. So here what we do with this. We cut it this way. See, that has not been cut, remember? And then we turn it on the other side and we finish it just like that. And we have right here a perfectly diced onion.
Onion.
Okay.
A perfectly diced onion.
Very, very, very simple. Put that in one pile. Okay, now look how beautiful that is. Now I'm going to take one of those little scoopers that I use, and I'm just going to take that. See how nice that is? You can remove anything from your cutting board just by doing this, just like that, you see? Whatever it is you're cutting, celery, onion, carrots.
Onion. 14 years old. Wow. I am not happy in life. You know what? Joke's on you guys. Alright? Being old is hip and cool.
How do we dice an onion? Big onion. Look at that. Woo! To the good onion. Good onion is a heavy onion. This is a 6-pound onion.
Good onion is a heavy onion.
The onion is put. This is the tip of the onion. The onion is not the knife around the onion. Remove the pepper skin of the onion.
The pepper skin of the onion.
Cut the onion in half on the onion, and onion. Then the onion with onion right here. The onion.
Dude, his name is the person who uploaded this 28-second supercut. His name is Philip Cornelius. Amazing, truly. Imagine being old. Honestly, true. Dude, imagine having a 1 in front of your age. Your birth year, rather. Let me guess. Your birth year starts with a 19. Oh, God. Don't listen to Ty. He's older than like all of us combined. What the freak? What is even the point of cleaning this? Satisfaction. Just answer my own question. Why else would I be cleaning these walls that I'll never look at again? Be right back real quick. Back really quick. Bum 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 bum. Push me and then just touch me till I get my satisfaction. I do think last time when we cleaned this place, we lit it up with red glow sticks. But, I'd rather it not be so sinister and spooky. I debated... Actually, can I even do that? I was gonna say, I debated putting the, Oh, there's only 2 here. The crypto mining thing. I was debating putting it down here, but there's actually only 2 outlets. And they're in, like, the worst spot known to man. There's not even, like, one along this wall. What the freak? What the freak? Polly want a cracker. I'm gonna order 2, maybe 3 glow sticks really quick. Also, Fossilbot has the better timers. I always forget about that. It doesn't spam. Oh boy. I'm not too worried about cleaning the outside at the moment, because everything's gonna go to hell there anyway, in due time. So for now, we're just kind of hard focused on this, the interior. Interior alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater. Play that. I don't have that. I lied. I don't have that. Not enough pylons. Buh. I am on my way. Just hold on a second. Oh my goodness. Wait. Oh, we're tired. Huh. Oops. Let's get a cup of coffee. Grab a cup of coffee for your head. Thank you. Goodbye. Any fluent Japanese speakers in chat? Or like Japanese learners? Anyone that learned? Frick. Oh. Trying to think of like good places to learn that aren't VR chat. Why is this dirty again? Please. Please. I think if you don't fully clean it, the dirt will come back. I am? Okay, say something in Japanese real quick. I need a full sentence. Me when I lie? I know. Yeah, this guy's a freaking liar. In case you didn't know. With a cute photography game, I watched Leaf play a while back. That helps you learn Japanese words? Really? Accelerated Spanish course. She has to do 50 plus Spanish questions every other day. Oof. I have the option to take a test that essentially lets me skip the language course in university. But according to my aunt, who spent more of her life in Poland than me, so way more fluent than I am, she was mentioning that the test is really difficult because they use like old like Polish terms. And essentially I'm not built for that. I don't know my early 1900s Polish terminology. So even if I studied, I'm not sure how well I would do. But I would skip the entire language portion and I would get credits. So I'm like, ooh. I think you get bonus credits for it too. If you pass the exam. The language exam. I'm still considering it. Maybe if I just study out of my mind for a little bit. Dude. Dude, Dr. Kill has to be like 4 feet tall. Seriously. No. No, come on! Oh, it's probably, final exam in high school, more akin to an English literature class than a Spanish class. Wait. Similar thing from my Lithuanian mate about Lithuanian on the final exam in high school. Damn. In high school. I know Spanish. I was like, oh, yeah, I know the language course. I mean, I took French. Foolishly, I took French in university, and I stopped showing up. Granted, that was more because the professor was snooze fest, and usually when the professor is snooze fest, I'm ready to leave. Kind of sucks because of how prevalent it is in the world. So you have teachers who are like, this is the correct way, anything else is wrong. I don't really remember how I dealt with it in high school, but it wasn't terrible. I just wish that more places offered, like, taking some sort of test so you can skip the languages. I think that learning Spanish in high school and, like, I know you have to in elementary and stuff as well, right? Why, man? If you're already bilingual, I feel like you should be able to get the skip and just take a test. That isn't, like, insane, either. Like, what are we doing, man? Oh my god. That reminds me of, like, family members when they went to school. They were, like, earlier years, obviously, right? And they were told that they have to learn cursive because it will be used everywhere for the rest of their life. The next year, no joke, the next year, after being forced to learn this cursive, nobody used cursive anymore. All the teachers were like, no, cursive is it's no longer necessary. This is upside down. Lamau. Doing 3D print stuff? Man, a lot of people into the 3D printing world, huh? Printed out a Helldiver figure and started back on printing a set of B's B0.1 armor. Nice. Hell yeah. That's pretty cool, honestly. I never really got into 3D printing. My friend did, though. But he had one of the OG 3D printers. Oh, you're gonna cosplay? Nice. That's pretty cool. Oh, Neon Genesis Evangelion's here. Nah, you sound like you're over the hills. I'm not going. We've seen him before. Actually, we've seen him in this playthrough already. It's just a flying white pyramid. It doesn't really do anything. If you get too close to it, it will laser beam you and you will die. Kind of too lazy to go and interact. Too far away. I mean, it sounds close, but it's also, it looks like it's up the valley. Want to make the support backpack eventually? Damn. That's crazy. I had a similar thing, but we weren't told we couldn't. Just that in a bunch of classes, they got mad at me for writing in cursive. It was that way for me, but in 3rd grade or 2nd grade, I forget which, but the time I graduated elementary, it was no longer taught. Just crazy. It's like, oh yeah, you're gonna be using this for the rest of your life. 1 year later, no. I still write in cursive. But, I mean, that's really all I was taught. It was essentially, like, the only thing I really learned was cursive. I like it, though. I prefer cursive over normal. Unless we're talking, like, fonts. Then, obviously, on the PC, I'd rather not see cursive, but... Dude, I'm trying so hard to throw it somewhere where it won't do this collision noise, and I keep throwing it exactly where the collision noise happens. Oh my god. No reason to have cursive on PC? Yeah. Unless you're one of those fancy websites and you want to have cursive on your website. Or when you like make a fake signature in your emails. Hey, you joke? I had a mental breakdown, sort of, one random day, and I literally made my entire PC Comic Sans for like 3 months. It was quite the time. My PC was having like a tantrum. And I was so annoyed at it that I made everything Comic Sans. Oh, hungry again, are we? Oh, I've been cleaning so much. Oh my god, now you're hungry. Dr. Kell, you're always just so hungry, aren't you? Pisses me off. Kill this guy. I'll freaking kill him. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, man. Cole. Now my PC is, what is it, JetBrains Mono. Because Cappuccine looks best with JetBrains Mono, so my entire PC is JetBrains Mono. The other one that was good for the PC with like Cappuccine is Futura. Typically they're always like, yeah, Futura is also a really good font for Cappuccine, but I'm not like Futura at all times kind of annoys me. Low key. It's good, but it's very, I mean, most fonts are situational, but I'm sure this will suffice. It's almost as though every typeface is for certain purposes. Well, you know, I feel like there's some that can be really good for multiple purposes, maybe even all purposes. Like Comic Sans. Or Ubuntu. Can never go wrong with Comic Sans. Or Ubuntu. I did try the like dyslexia font, but it disoriented me a bit. Probably because I don't have dyslexia. I would assume that's the reason, but dude, how can it be this messy under the staircase? How? Yeah, I just feel like you don't believe enough, you know? You're really not giving it the light of day, the shining glory that is Comic Sans. Glass trash. Okay, enough. Enough. Whoa. Buh. 66.6 fuel. Demon fuel. Demon time, demon time. She's a demon, but she is mine. A lot of metal. Yeah, rock on. Rock on in the free world. And doot doot loot doot. Yo, if at least one of you do not finish that statement, you're banned. All of you. Someone better freaking finish it. Water. I love me some water. Doot doot. I even like butchered the line. I'm pretty sure it's like keep rocking on in the free world and doot doot loot doo doot doot Nardwar doo 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 Nardwar doo 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 doo. Whoa, something blew up. Whoa, my frames. Wee wee wee. Why are you yelling at me? You got it right the first time, did I? Pretty sure it's keep rocking on in the free world. And doot doot loot doo. Doot doot. Maybe I did. Perhaps I did. Perhaps I didn't. Vsauce, Michael here. Sorry, I'm eating. You can't hear me over my food. Yeah, dude, come on, man. Why are you such a loud eater? Oh god. Oh goodness. The potatoes are all on the ground now. We are the Vsauce. Michael here. What's his face came back, right? Oh man. Now it's gonna be awkward because I can't remember his name. Was it Tom? How did you get here? Hey! Get away from my food! Get away from my food! Yep. I'm just gonna throw it out. That's not a boulder, it's a rock. Wow. That's heavy. Dude. What in the world? Oh. Anyways, he was one of those YouTubers that, like, did a lot of IRL... Like the more crazy stuff. Like, he was on a satellite dish or something. I don't remember his name for some reason. Oh, I put the rocks in the wrong depository. I think his name was Tom. Tom something. Can't remember for some reason. Oh yeah, Tom Scott, thank you. It's like, god damn, what is his name? I couldn't remember if it was Thomas or Tom. Yeah, Tom Scott. Apparently he came back, or he's coming back. It's pretty cool. I didn't watch him actively, but every so often I'm like, yo, I wonder what Tom's up to. I was wearing thin of them right as you retired, so that worked out. Fair, very fair. Yeah, like I said, I only watched every so often. I didn't care enough about some, and I was like, alright, well, whatever. But he had some really cool ones, for sure. As you do. Buh. Bone apple teeth. Ah, the final survivor. The singular piece of coal. Potato. Nice. Pretty good. Dude, they like... The hell's happening in this song? It's crazy. Wait, what happened? Did the stream die? Really? I see. I got a network error. When did that happen? Does it even show that I... nothing. No dropped frames, no disconnected, anything. See what I mean? Like, why do they gotta be loud over there? I think this scrap can stay for now. What is going on here? What is this? Are you for real? Oh, that's probably outside, huh? Wow. That's right. The circle jerk corner. In all of its glory. No ticket, no entry. Okay. Well, that was mighty successful. We cleaned up the entire garage, or sorry, basement. The hell was that? I don't actually remember what that was. It's hard to hear because of the stupid rain. Is that my room? No. Oh, it was full. Oh, that's cool that it tells you now. I was like, what is that? Okay, we've not heard that before. Whoa. Damn! What the hell? Well, we already know what happened as a result of the thunder. We already know. We know full well. I think we're done here. Basement done. Just kind of thinking. Well, we gotta bring these up. Yeah, I'm just pretending that I don't see it happening, honestly. Because otherwise, I'm gonna be pissed off again. Let's take a gander. Let's take a gander. Oh wait, that's not bad at all. Only 202. We've been, look. When did we check that? Like 2 hours ago? That's actually not... The landing upgrade thing I thought was better though. I don't have it yet. Because it only said, what was it, like 50 meters? I'm not even sure that's... Because that's only around the base. I don't know, but the bees are still there. Unless they finally went away. Or was it like 90 meters? Either way, whatever amount it wasn't good. Like, it's literally the perimeter of the base. I'm pretty sure it ends... You know, I'm not a genius when it comes to, you know, measurements, but I'm assuming where the fence is, all the way around, that is the perimeter. Maybe even the tower. Maybe. I mean, this is still online. I don't know. I kind of forgot about all this coal. Well, let me in. We should get a different one. I sold all of them. Dude, I could swear we used to be able to mount it from there. Am I crazy? Alright, to hell with it. We'll leave it in there for now, and then whenever we need fuel, we'll just bring it back. We've got two almost, well, one full, and then this one. Perhaps if I didn't sell the tanks. But, you know, I was like, we don't need that many tanks. I don't know, this has been a very bugged playthrough compared to all the other ones. But that's okay. The only thing that really frustrated me was the fuses, and I'm at this point where I have so many drives that I don't actually care that much. Kilo November India. Okay, it was basically the same one except without echo. Oh no, never mind. No, November, not uniform. Do another. What's up, Ostrich Guy? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Where are you streaming? It says no game. Were you in fact streaming no game? No life? What? Just found out that anyone can raid. Some channels do have it just disabled. You don't even need the stream to be doing... Oh yeah, that's true, yeah. That is true. Trying to read it for a minute. I keep reading that as... The Rich Guy. Target. India. Golf is dead. No way. Well, we're just finalizing some stuff here with our Omega cleansing ritual. We have quite a lot. How much electronic scrap is that? A lot is what it is. It's a lot. Do 2 of these. Let's buy 2 batteries. Maybe I should buy more than 2. Maybe do like... I could buy like 4. Is that 320? No, I can't buy 4. We'll do 2. That is true though, yeah. You are able to raid streamers. Typically they have it set so like alerts don't go up in those situations, but it's so like infrequent. I'm convinced these mimic dudes, not mimics, whatever. The little puppets. They're a nuisance just because of all the noise they make. I don't care that they follow you around, it's just, man. Mannequins, thank you. Yes. I couldn't think of what it is, because I keep thinking, like, what would IKEA call this? Because they wouldn't call it a mannequin. Alright, so, hold on. We have 4 electronic scrap. Essentially, we can make 1 more cooler at this moment, if I was to buy 2 more of the things, which I will not. We're doing cooler prio because on my off-stream playthrough a while back, this thing burst into flames because I had too many GPUs and not enough coolers. It wasn't even a long playthrough, it was like just a temporary, just testing some stuff. But I learned my lesson. They freaking burst into flames. Why can I never close out of this? Man, we called in the drone and I could have just sold a bunch of cans and then I would have been able to afford, I mean, whatever, we're just gonna do it anyway. Come back. It's gonna have to work overtime. My bad, man. Sorgy. Alright. Let's get that stuff. Or I guess let's sell that stuff. This is a weird playthrough because the radio tower typically always, like, had problems, and now it just never happens. Now I have the fuse problem. And those are annoying. Okay. Cool. Let's see how much we get, but I'm convinced we can probably buy 2 more rechargeable batteries. Let's do a TR check, though these should be good. Nope. They should not be good. Alright. Let's go do the TR real quick. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Appreciate it. We're chilling. We're voicing some voids. We'll have maybe a little bit more of a variety next week. It'll still primarily be voices, but I might add, like... I might start on the next Resident Evil game. I'm not very excited to play 6. But I feel like if I started, it might be enjoyable. I'm not dead set on it yet. We'll see. Whoa. Yo, hold on. Yo. You got PC parts in here? Lighter. Wow. What a mess. Truly, what a freaking mess. I ate too much, now I'm getting a headache and I still need to get in VR. You don't gotta get in VR. How long do you guys hang out in VR? Some nights to like 2 a.m., other nights 6 a.m. Okay. Yeah, generally how it it's been or it was for me. Although I would say most nights it was like late. $11. No, I mean, I wasn't late because I was already on VR, right? I would stream, I would take a short break while VR is still activated to eat. I would eat, hop back into VR, and yeah. And back to it. Maybe I do leave some stuff in here, like the shovel. I'll put the lighter in here. How did you get in, man? Follow me. Pissing me off. Oh yeah, my pipe bomb. Come out. I didn't even hear the door open. Not bothered with VR in a while now. I pretty much won't bother with VR anymore. Maybe if they can, like, guarantee some insane game soon, but feeling that that won't happen. He's not coming out. Pissing me off. Get out. Get out of my laboratory. DD. You know freaking what, man? You think you're so funny? Follow me. Don't worry. I'll find a way to get him out. Dude, how long does it take you? Does he freeze because I stopped looking? Or because I looked? He's like, oh, almost caught. I really want to know what happens. Like, do you just... Are you gonna choke me out? Now, of course, ads. Of course. Classic. What's going on here? Fossabot's giving me logs. Oh, I made a command. True. I did. I did. I was gonna ask, like, how does PewDiePie do it? In the sense of not use any socials, but honestly, it's super easy for me. I don't really hop on any of them. I don't even look. When ads play, sometimes Mozilla has introduced a new non-binary mascot called Kid. Kid. Wow. Wait, is this a new logo? Where would I even check that? I don't see anything on Reddit. Firefox search. Why don't people use Firefox? What are you talking about? I don't see it at the moment. I don't see it. r/Firefox. Dude, I don't understand. The people who are always like, you know, and video games do this too, but video games don't like pause or anything or get in your way. The idea of having a pop-up that says, time to touch grass, question mark? Looks like you've been online too long. Time to go outside and get some fresh air. We'll be back when you get... We'll be here when you get back. It's like, close Firefox and touch grass, or let me doom scroll. Dude, I don't want pop-ups and stuff to get in my way. If I'm doom scrolling, I'm doom scrolling. Leave me alone. Imagine touching grass. I would like to go hiking or something soon, TM. Ooh, fishing. I'm saving because I want to see what happens. Oh, you're not even next to me. Thought he was like right there. Actually, I don't want to see what happens. What if that breaks it? Because that counts as interaction. In all honesty, I don't even think anything happens. Last time when one got close to me, it just fell. It just fell over. You want to know? Does something happen Hold on, let me think. Ooh. And now if I ever forget one, surely I won't forget about my backpack. Okay, if I don't interact with, if I just leave them there to do their thing and I don't toss them or anything, does anything happen? I think I care about that more than I do what happens if they poke me. I don't know if that affects anything. I personally doubt anything happens. Okay, I didn't think so either. Well, in that case, it's just, you know what? There's been more and more of them. And I was curious because they've kind of just been... I feel like usually only one chases you. Now there's like 4 of them out here. What the? Look at this! Like, what are they doing? Hey, they took my toolbox. Oh my god, there's so many of them out here. There's a party going on. Because the first question and what's currently happening, I mean, they're just piling up. I feel like that's all it's gonna be. Isn't it that usually there's just one? Maybe I'm just misremembering. Maybe it was multiple. I can't remember. Every other playthrough, we've gotten rid of them, like, pretty much immediately. And they were mad. Oh, God. Already 6 a.m. almost. We didn't do our dailies. And we won't. Because that'll be the conclusion for today. I think we'll be good, and then we go do our dailies next time we play, which is Monday, I guess. Yes. All right, video gamers, big GGs. Thanks for hanging out. Gotta go get some food. Gonna go do my maths. Gonna do my math. So, gamers, hope you guys have a good weekend. I'll be back on Monday. Be sure to follow my socials. Join the Discord if you're not on. Sorry, I greatly appreciate that. Remember to eat, feel free, brush your teeth, all that jazz. Monday will still be voices, probably. I would say it's gonna be a little bit, like, on and off. If I do commit to a Resident Evil game or something, I'm not sure. I'm not too sure yet. So, thanks for hanging out. Have a good weekend. If you're doing anything crazy, yo, stay safe, you know? Stay safe out there. And that's all I got. Big GG's. Good job to you as well, Yuland. GG's. Oh yeah, Wednesday we might do Lethal Company if... I'm not doing any crazy mods, alright? It's going to be more players, late join, and probably HD Lethal Company. If those 3 are updated, then we will do it. If not, then we're not. We'll have a skirt. There will not be any outfits because I don't know how unstable it will be. We'll probably have a lot of problems with late join and more players anyway. So I'm not adding any outfits. I'll be there. Yeah, you better be, because it might be the last one forever, Yuland. Forever. All right, anyways, GG's.